Well, good morning, afternoon, everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. We're sitting on the ramp in Anchorage. Oh, take a picture, folks. Doesn't look like this much in the middle of, start of their winter. All right, we got everyone back now, hopefully from the break, and hope you all are ready for a pretty fun run if we're able to get it all in. We're headed to Barrow, up there in the northern tip. However, it's actually called Utqiagvik. You can read it. It changed several years ago. So I thought I'd throw Barrow in just so you all knew. Alrighty, you saw that in, and that's in. Hang on, so we do not forget.
Boarding is now complete. Flight attendants prepare the cabins. Verify arm door, standby for all call.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring.
Hang on a second, getting this all loaded in. All right, we're ready to go, folks. Like I said, we are loaded. You see 100% across the board. And folks, we're sitting, I kind of call this the domestic side. Let me give you a little look of where we are. Anchorage is still kind of wonky in X-Plane, and it may actually be this way in real life. They actually have some airports that are runway, then you taxi down to another level, taxi down to another level, and yet another. So this could actually all be accurate. It just didn't seem that way 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Great Kenny Rogers song. Um, so, um, we'll give it a try. Why not? Again, Anchorage is an interesting place, folks, especially in the winter time. By the way, their winter starts when our fall starts. Their fall lasts a couple of days, and then they're into winter. But their summer lasts a little longer. Um, their summer is mostly daylight, their winter is mostly dark. So, but the one thing about Anchorage I really loved, and that actually there, folks, is not a, don't know about the power lines, but the rest of that looks pretty good. So, over in the infield here, UPS. Right across the way is Everett's. Over here, you find DHL, Atlas, and Polar. So, give you a little lay of the land. Terminal, as we swing around, is down yonder. All right, so we're up on the board. Just got to verify here real quick. That's been long enough in flight. It is I and only I at FedEx. Wow, that's an odd thing to see. All right, well, I'm just getting a couple things lined up here so we can blast off and do our pre-brief beforehand. Um, yeah, I think we're ready to go, folks. All right, so let's bring up Sim Toolkit and let's talk this through because it's really a simple departure. Um, unless, and we'll get to that unless here in a second. All right, first off, loadout. 21,616 pounds headed up to Barrow. Now they're getting close to where they're going to be dark. Actually, no, they've still got some time. But things are starting. They're close to freezing up there, if not at freezing. Um, so we've got a pretty interesting landing ahead of us. Um, we'll see that hopefully in the weather. The Rampies have put 19,800 pounds of fuel in us. Our alternate today is Fairbanks, so that's why we got a long haul back to Fairbanks if we can't make it in. Now, because Zibo does not really model freighters that well, and really, I don't think there is a freighter model yet for the 737s. I haven't really checked. It's passengers. So we got 94 passengers. That's what that payload comes out with their luggage. Route today a little different, more direct than I'm used to. Usually it's Big Lake and we hook around on an airway right into Barrow. This one's fixed to fixed to fixed and into Barrow. I know it's got a different name. How about we call it, stand by, I'll give you the official name. Well, that's not what I was looking for. Willie Post Will Rogers Memorial Airport. Now say that 3 times fast. And it's, look, the one thing about Alaska, folks, we kind of talked about this in church earlier this week. Alaska is a unique animal for flyers. I was reading some stories of World War II missions that flew out down on the islands, not the southeast ones, the southwest ones that went out closer to Japan. And what the pilots would do to help them know if they're getting back to their base or not, weather-wise, they'd count the number of storms, not thunderstorms like we think in the Midwest here and other places, physical frontal systems. They could count them. Folks, you thought your weather could turn on a dime? Spend a day in Alaska in the winter. You could be clear skies 1 minute, outright downpouring the next, outright clear again, outright snowing. They would count what they passed so they knew what they had to go back through, back over, whatever, to get home. Yeah. Kind of an interesting, so welcome to Alaska, folks. Besides the absolute gorgeousness of this state, folks, it is just even on a soggy, downright what we call miserable, it's still beautiful. It's unreal. Like I've told many a times, me and my wife took a cruise into the southeast inlet there with the southeast islands, Juneau, Skagway, and Ketchikan. Folks, it was Labor Day weekend and the trees are so lush. It's a rainforest. And that blows your mind away to think the latitude they're at. When you think rainforest, you think jungle. I mean, it could be a jungle, but it's not. It's just unbelievable. You think you live in God's country, folks? You haven't seen God's country until you get up into Alaska. It's unreal. And you just got to get past sometimes the roughest part of Alaska, and that is the cold and the dark. But oddly enough, Alaska will pay you if you stay a year. They make that much money off all the oil that still comes out of that state. Much to the chagrin of those down in the lower 48 going, how dare they pay their people like that? But, yeah, welcome to Alaska, folks. And as you can see, it's now drizzly. All right, so moving on, weather-wise. Okay, don't see anything in there saying anything about rain, but folks, if you look at the radar, you'll see it. And I'll show you here in a second how. but we've got a north wind at 6. Now the option here is 7 left. As you see, we're going to go 3-3. Those are your two options. 7 left, you got to do a turn to heading like 200-ish to head out. It's not real quick, but it's not real far from the airport. Mostly noise abatement, but it's to get you away from mountains. The one we're going to go, we make a slight turn to the north and west a little bit, and then we'll turn on course. Now, the question of the day, Barrow. I don't even want to try that name again, so please forgive me for those that fought hard to change that name. Wow, I just noticed that. 29.2 in Anchorage. It's 29.66 up in where we're headed. Interesting how deep the low is right over here. Yeah, I just gave away a little bit. Still winds out of the north, giving us a direct crosswind. They're saying 2-6, but folks, really it's a flip a coin. Do we do 8 or 2-6? 8 is localizer and RNAV, or a 2-6. 8 is an ILS and an RNAV. I'll go with the ILS on this because, well, because. While we have a scatter deck at 1300, this overcast layer always makes me nervous. Especially up there, you don't know how it's going to really portray out. The good thing is the surface is above freezing, albeit by 2 degrees it's above freezing. Doesn't mean the clouds are, though. All right, let's get this put into VATSIM real quick. Maybe today sometime. There we go. Let me get my data that I have to always put in. Kind of irritating, but I wish it would go in automatic. And curious sakes, I wonder, does ATC really read it? All right, we're filed. And let's get rid of that. Now, how do I know? Let's zoom in to Anchorage, where I would normally be. See all the rain around us? It's this low pressure right in here, folks, that's giving us such low. So the good thing is that means maybe a little better chance of better weather up north. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so I say let's blast out of here. All right, all the checks are done. Flight directors are on. We've got everything set. Let's go fuel flow reset, and let's get our minimum set for here. And our departure, the Anchorage 1, 600, we turn to a heading of 301. Okay, you know what? I'm going to run that on up. There we go. And then we'll turn to 301. I'll go ahead and set that for now. And we're ready to go, folks. Everything's set. Other than we haven't come on ATC yet. The big change from yesterday and today, folks, besides colors on the side of the plane, I already have eight cars running. Oh, there it is. I was like, wait a minute, what happened here? What did they say? 4631. Let's see if we get this right the first time. 4631. 18. Told you, it's pretty close every time. 1830. All right, there's our common traffic frequency, and I'll get 800 in here real quick. We're ready to go, folks. Oh, we have another FedEx aircraft in here. Let's take a look outside. They're going to the 7. Means they're probably headed for the States. Okay. So one last thing here, we need to make sure we're on the APU and the bleed. Yaw damper can come on. Lead. Okay, we're ready for pushback, folks.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Okay, beacon lights on.
Good morning, folks, from the flight deck. Get your captain for the ride. It looks like it should be pretty good. So we're planning on a smooth ride. Get you there as soon as we can, and as safe as we can. We'll talk to you once we get airborne. Welcome aboard.
The packages need to be talked to, folks. Come on. All right, let's get over here and get rid of a lot of stuff.
Or the ASU are still connected. I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Okay, that's a different FedEx flight, folks.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, hang on just a second. Let me see. Oh, they're headed to Guangzhou. Guangzhou. All right. Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811, pushing back.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, to start them up, packs off. And we'll start some engines up. We'll put the first officers on legs. Today's V speeds, folks, 129 to V1, 144 and 151. Why the discrepancy? It's a wet runway. Hour and 40 minutes as of right now, and I was remiss. We are waiting for fuel. There we go. All right, we got engine number 2 up and running. Let's get it on the gen. Crank up number 1.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, we'll get the gen running on this. Bleed off. Go up here to gen 1 and APU off. Okay, always be careful, folks. Make sure you have both gens connected so you don't run into electrical problems. All right, system, let's see, packs of system A turned on. Probe heats. Returning the
Tow is
anti-ice
disconnected
on.
and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
And thanks for the pushback. And, all right, we're just about ready, folks. ATC, okay, all right, let's get trim set up here, 5.25, okay. Let's go to status. Okay, we're ready to go. I noticed lights are dim, so just on the onset. Okay, everything's readied up top. Heading bug VNav. LNav this time worked, and here we go. Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811, taxi to 33. if I really wanted to criticize Laminar, I think the sloping is a little excessive, but again, not seeing it from here. I've only seen it from the terminal. It's hard to make that call. But then again, I look at Lambert and runway 1129. That's a pretty healthy slope on it, folks. Again, double check before takeoff. We are on the chart. Okay. The trick will be coming out of Barrow. To remember. So welcome aboard, folks. I hope you enjoyed this run. Yeah, like I said, we're going to a place not a lot of people go to or fly a lot. At this time of the year, it's a little understandable. The upper points of Alaska, like I said, they're drifting into winter time there, folks. And the sky is kind of what you're looking at right now. I mean, it's kind of a mixture of sunset, sunrise, and the other big factor here in the middle of winter, those mountains here in Alaska and Anchorage. They're 10,000 feet. You can't see them right now for the cloudiness. You can kind of see a little gap right there. But yeah, that is going to also create sunshade. Okay, we're getting 33 frames. That's not bad. Flaps are set 5, and not really sure why the lights are flickering. Is that because of the daylight, maybe? But you can see, folks, we're speeding up. Granted, I'm going to have to put in some brake here. It's because we're coming downhill, which is weird because I was told we had a slope downhill on this one. I could understand runway 15 because that's what's paralleling us. And there's the passenger terminal over there, folks. And then all the way at the south end is where the general aviation and south end out that taxiway all the way over LEDHO. Alright, welcome to the end of the runway, folks. down to Kilo. Okay, final checks for takeoff. Final checks here before we're ready to go. Auto brake is set, runway turnoff lights set, flaps 5, landing lights will get, heading bug set, VNAV, RNAV set, lower display blanked. We're ready to go. Anchorage common traffic, FedEx 811 departing 33 to the north.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
It's a ski jump.
80 knots.
Not as bad as the one we learned in Skagway over a year ago.
E1. Rotate. Positive rate. $1,000.
Alright, folks, we're on our way to Barrow. Don't ask me why I thought about this trip. I actually have another one in mind, but the return will put us in place for that one. But for some reason, it just said, you know what, let's head up to Barrow. Worst case, it would have been Fairbanks and the North Pole. If you did not know that, the North Pole is in Fairbanks. You know what? Let me do this. That was not what I wanted it to do. And we can kind of get an idea where we are. And we're out of the clouds. However, folks, the weather engines, at least for X-Plane, generate cloudiness like this all the way up, and usually you're cruising around them. Don't know why. Like I've asked but never answered why we don't see the cirrus cloudiness anymore. Seriously. That is a serious question that I asked him. Who knows? Right, there's 10,000. All right, folks, we're on our way. And, hey, Azul, welcome in. One Raider, welcome, sir. We appreciate you. Welcome in, folks, those raiding in with him. Welcome to Flying with Mike. We're up in Alaska, flying from Anchorage to Barrow. Although it is under a new name, we're going to try it one more time. Utqiagvik. It used to be called Barrow. They went through whatever the Eskimos went through for their, but they got the name changed to, I guess, some kind of heritage of this city. I don't know the whole history, but we are going to, we'll call it this because it's so much easier. Willie Post Will Rogers Memorial Airport. A lot easier, right? Rolls right off the tongue. But welcome in. Thanks for the raid there, Azul. We sure appreciate you. Hope you had a great flight. Now, in my title, I put Barrow just so you all knew what that was, because most of us still know it as Barrow. But technically, the name did change, and it's on the maps that way, everything, just to confuse us. You know, that's what aviation's all about. We're getting close to probably one of those where they're going to change all the runway number magheads. Can't keep it simple, can we? Yep, they changed it from Barrow to Utqiagvik, which makes it very difficult because we're used to QU, and without a U, that makes, how do we say Q? So, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, we are on our way. We have just crossed 18,000 and gained almost 1,000 feet probably with that change. And let's use LEDHO today. So we got about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. And we'll see how the weather is. It was marginal on takeoff out of Anchorage, so hopefully that means it's improving. Also, the barometric pressure is significantly higher up there, which I'm hoping leads to a lifting of the cloudiness. We'll see. But as I told you all in the beginning, those of you tuning in now, a unique thing about Alaska. I read this in some mission reports from World War II. They're actually pretty interesting because a lot of people forget there was part of a war in World War II up in Alaska along the Aleutians. We all may remember it from the movie Midway, the original. I don't think the second one covered that. But, yeah, there was a diversion which made the admirals very nervous that they were leaving their troops in Alaska unprotected while focusing on this island in the Pacific called Midway. Well, anyway, these guys would report, many of them, Dutch Harbor and eastward, would report, hang on a second. Sorry, folks. What people didn't realize is those pilots would fly out. Part of their navigation was to count the number of systems, weather systems, they passed to their bombing targets, because that's how many they had to cross to come back. Interesting way to navigate. So, all right, and of course, we're like the many people in the world, we will not see Denali today. It's somewhere over there. Over there. Somewhere. Out there. However, I can report my sister and her husband went up to Alaska, started their trek in Fairbanks, came down, and were one of those lucky ones to indeed see Mount Denali, otherwise known to the rest of us, McKinley. Don't ask me why Alaska keeps changing history or names. Makes it hard. I can't remember. I think it was FSX that came out with the malls with where you could fly from Talkeetna to Denali up on the mountain with the skis, and they were using the malls and landing on it. Oh, what did they call those things? Anyway, they were fun to fly. I flew many of them in FSX. But they were built into the system, so everyone could. It wasn't like you downloaded it, came with it, and it was kind of fun trying to land a ski plane up a hill. So, and you had to learn how to use, and it's funny because you think you turn it to its side, well, it's just going to slide down sideways. Well, you actually extend the landing gear. And it, I guess, punched through the snow enough to hold it. Don't look at me, folks. I don't fly up here. Never have, never will. I might fly in a plane up here, but that's about as close as I'll get. It just, you know, it's just interesting. And I know the theory. That's how skiers do it. So that's the same theory with the airplane. But yeah, that was some neat stuff that FSX gave us. I'll call them challenges, but that's not what they were. It's gonna make me have to do it. Oh, Mr. Google. Yeah, I'm not finding it. It'll take too long to figure it out. But there were these different challenges in it, and it could be a Century of Flight I'm thinking of. But really cool flying up on Denali, and the few others they had. So. And I was kind of amazed at how many pilots had never flown those and thought they were kind of silly. And they didn't realize they were actually pretty cool. So, all right, well, we're on our way, folks. And again, thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike today. We're headed up to what used to be called Barrow. You can look on the map. It's Papa Alpha Bravo Romeo. And it has a new name today. Oh, we're getting into a little chop up here. Outside air temperature 28 degrees below 0 Celsius. Now, the aircraft that was in the back of my mind to fly this, and I wished I kind of did, but I'm also kind of glad I didn't, the 727 from FJS with X-Plane 11. But I'm kind of glad now I chose Zibo instead. Just wished I'd have got the latest update. Oh well. But yeah, see how I told you we were going to be in clouds all the way up here at the height? Yeah. That's one thing. Of course, not seeing the data Laminar gets or X-Plane the system gets to know what we're reading here. I think a little overkill on my part, and I think still a little too bright. But again, I have been proven wrong too many times in real aircraft. So I'm going to leave it that Laminar knows exactly what they're doing. And we just need to take off our sunglasses. All right, center fuel pumps are indeed off. We're 2,000 feet from top of climb. And folks, we're just taking a look here. Oh, I'm like, there's no way we're 18 minutes out. We've been airborne that long, folks. It's an hour out. Oh man, old age stinks, folks, and may 59 years old be better to you than it has been to me here of late.
How's it go?
Oh me, oh my. All right, folks, we've reached our cruise. I'm going to go ahead, kick the seatbelt sign off for the so our cargo can move about the cabin.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again from the flight deck, seatbelt signs off. You are free to move about. Please remember while singing to keep your seatbelts fastened. We'll update you once we start our descent. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us.
All right, folks. Let me just see how it looked out the other window. Okay, a little bit closer. I used to complain. I talked about this yesterday, that I thought this cloudiness is just, that's not what I envisioned or remembered or seen. And I thought Laminar was wacko with this. Lo and behold, last year or the year before, we went to Mesa, Arizona on the way back. On the way there was pretty much clear skies. Way back we had this kind of cloudiness. Now I won't say we were at cruise, but I know we were in the 20s. So in the 1,000 feet, 20,000s, somewhere between 20 and 30. And lo and behold, that's how the clouds look, folks. That was November-ish time frame. And yeah, I went, well, I guess Laminar got it right. And I was like, that's pretty good, guys. And again, that was down in Arizona, not up here in Alaska. So furthest north in Alaska I got was Anchorage. So, yeah, so I mean, the clouds do represent pretty well. But the one thing I'm always on the hunt for are the cirrus. I love cirrus clouds. And I really wonder if they've turned that feature off. Actually, my bad. I do believe either we're to look for Denali that way, or we've already done past it. We may have flown right over it, so. But yeah, it would have been below us in the clouds like normal, and tough to see anyway, so even VFR guys. All right, just under an hour to go, folks. Enjoy the ride. All right, folks, back with you here. I'm just checking a couple things out while we have a couple moments. We'll begin our descent into Barrow. Roughly, looks like about 280 miles or so out. So let's look at it. I don't think we did much of that on the ground. All right, and hang on a second. I'm trying to make things a little easier on my eyes to find things. Okay, so as you can see where we are, in the middle of nowhere. Fair statement. If I remember right, that was one of the Fireball airports, because we were headed to Galena. Fireball meaning in X-Plane 11, a gentleman made a phenomenal mod to the C90. However, in his modifications to the throttling in it, it's very easy to kick those engines into fire, and they would erupt in fire. And it really took a lot for me to learn how to fly it, but boy, was it a great airplane. Hang on a second here. 10.1. There it is. Alright, I don't know why I clicked that, but I did. Sorry, folks. Just checking my fuel. Oh, we're fine. 10 is all we need, so we can click clear, and we should be fine. That's so we have enough fuel back. Alright, so we're coming up to our first fix, believe it or not. KUTDE. K-U T, oh, maybe it's KUTDE, how you say it. KUTDE, K-U-T-D-E, however you want to say it. QD, I don't care. But anyway, we're coming into it. 360 miles from our destination. All right, so again, we talked about this in the pre-flight. The way the winds are forming right now, and it is beginning to show, I may have to switch. The winds currently, you're seeing it 340 at 12. Now, we took off, they were 350, just so you know. At 12. Overcast 2200, broken. See, that's what I was worried about, the layer down low. I'm going to stick to the ILS. Mainly because we can get down to 200 feet. Plus the visibility of a half mile or greater, or if we do get an RVR report 18 or higher. Actually, I can't remember. Does this one? I don't think it does. Oh, yeah, it does have a HUD. Yeah, we got to make sure those packages aren't getting unruly back there. Let me turn the camera on. But anyway, folks, so we'll stick right now to runway 8, but it's starting to look like we may have to land 26. And if so, we will. If center comes on and tells us we will, or an approach, I've never had an approach up there, but I don't even know if they have that, come to think of it. Actually, they, interest. Oh, 23.6. All right, that would help depend on Unicom. But anyway, we're continuing on. So right now the game plan is the ILS. I really don't want to do the back course. I always get screwed up in that. Or an RNAV, even though I haven't really looked at minimums. So my goal is to really try to bring us in. Worst case, circle to land. So you never know. That could be a possibility. We could circle one way or the other. So, but anyway, like I said, we'll plan 18 or runway 8. Frequency is 110.5. We'll set that. 80 up here. We'll get that right now. Franny, 6 miles out is 1,700 feet, and our decision altitude, as mentioned, 200 AGL. And by the way, your METAR strips, folks, you read all the time, the clouds broken or overcast, that's what would set a ceiling. Though, and the rest of your clouds, but those two set your ceiling. The numbers are above the ground. Like I said, go to Bogota, go to Denver. They may have clouds low enough to explain that really quickly. So what we're planning is we're coming into the Barrow VOR. Technically, we're supposed to fly out, do the button hook, procedure turn, bring it back in. I'm not going to go that way. What I think I'm going to do is off our last fix, just kind of work our way over to it and hook in. That's how I want to do it. But if I have to go to Barrow, we will. Okay, Obicin, OBCIN, 2,000 feet. Frankie, or Franny, 1,700 feet on glide slope for the runway. And again, that is approximately 6 miles out. And then we'll be looking for a Mulser. Pappy's on the right. There's your missed approach. And your minimums. Again, 200 and a half mile. Or an RVR of 18, because we have a HUD. And if we're using it. Now, if we're not, it's 24 and above. Guess we're going to try it out. Alright, so there you have the charts, folks. Now, the easiest way I find to get the speeds truly is just do the init ref down here. Click the button, fill in 30 or 40 on your flaps. By the way, we're landing on a 7,100 foot runway. So, more than likely, we're going to end up backtracking, as some say, back taxi. So, just looking at everything here. Oh, didn't know that. So if you got more than 30 people on board your plane, you gotta get a PPR into there. And I know why. It's to get appropriate firefighting equipment in place. And other things. But that's one of the biggies. All right, so I'm going to just get some basic numbers here real quick to work from. Landing, wrong one. Gonna try runway 8. All right, we're looking at a 144 on the VAP, so about 155 will carry down and slow up as we get there. All right, currently 200 miles out. Enjoy the music a little longer, and then we'll go sterile, folks. And one other neat thing about Zibo, actually I'm gonna have to do it this way. Let's go menu, D-Link, request weather, PABR. Now that's about as far as any kind of ACARing system or CPDLC works on the Zibo aircraft. But hey, it is a start for a free mod. Okay, still looking broken 1400, overcast 22, and 3 degrees. Hey, that temperature keeps going up. I'm liking that, folks. 340 at 12. Not liking that, but we'll deal with it as we get there. All right, we've been 48 minutes in the air, folks. I hope you've enjoyed. 30 to go.
T-minus 30 minutes and counting.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Big Pappy?
We're just cooking along up north here.
Okay. What are you doing? Where are you going? Fort Walton Beach to Chicago?
Did that yesterday.
What are you doing now?
Anchorage to what used to be called Barrow.
Oh, good lord.
It's
I'm not seeing it.
Utqiagvik now.
Oh, there we go. Sorry for the late start. Is this isn't FedEx, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, you could take a Alaska. All right. I'm doing the return flight from Orlando to Minneapolis.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say LA to Honolulu.
Honolulu? No, I'm not going back there. No, sorry. Not gonna happen.
Well, the good thing is, if I think it looks like everything's fine, we're gonna do the return to Anchorage.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh. You don't have the. I guess you don't have the cadet with you today, or she?
Oh yeah, she's nappy right now.
Oh, okay.
She'll be awake, but we're getting into mode when she gets mobile.
mobile.
So we've got the house. We're setting up offices up and down, and because she's gonna be moving around and wanting to swing and all of that, because we got swings downstairs.
Oh yeah.
So,
Mike, you're not supposed to bring her into that until later, but no, I'm kidding.
oh, we have her flying the aircraft already. So.
Oh, real? Okay.
And she does better landings than me, folks, just to let you know.
Oh yeah.
That
Oh,
landing
yeah.
in O'Hare was all her.
Well, nuh-uh. Really? It was? Really?
No, just kidding.
I was gonna say.
104
Wow.
feet a minute.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give her credit for that. Sure. Go ahead.
So
Oh.
she just didn't start the ACARS program. So I have to
Did
do the
Opa
flight
have to do
academy.
that? I was gonna say, did Opa have to do that?
I forgot to.
Oh gosh.
It happens.
You're white. Someone needs to put a sticky note
It's right
or
there.
something. Okay.
There is a sticky note. I'm
All right.
thinking I may need to move it though.
Yeah. Put it right in front of you. Right there in front of you.
Let's try right there. All right, let's see. 100 miles, so let's start some checklist items here. All right, engine starts, we'll go ahead, put those in continues anyway. This is an approach right up your alley. I'm surprised you didn't see this.
What's that? Right on my alley. What? RNAV? No.
Coming
No.
into
Sorry.
Barrow, I'm on an ILS.
Are you?
Runway
Sorry.
8.
Okay.
Winds are 340 at 12.
Okay.
So, part of me says I should switch off to 2.6, but that ceiling is what always makes me nervous here in Barrow. It's right now reported. Where are you? Oh, I already got
I'm over
rid of
here.
it.
I'm over here. I'm in Minnesota.
You're in Minnesota? I'm in Anchorage.
Mm.
All right. Weather here is as of 44 minutes ago, broken at 1,400 feet, 2,200 foot overcast, temperature 3 degrees plus Celsius. Right up your alley. Just like I said, probably that wind should throw me to the RNAV coming in the other way.
Sorry, my nose is all stuffed up, and I'm sure you don't want to hear me sniffling. So that's why I had the mic muted.
That's fine. Yeah, I have been flipping the coin here. Do I go ahead and make the switch for 326?
What's up to you? Is it too late?
Oh, no. I got plenty of time. I can do it all the way down, even into my descent.
Okay.
I just have to... Do I trust the weather here? I'd love to get a new weather report here before top of descent. Not gonna happen.
Not gonna do it. Not
Well,
gonna
it's
do it.
45 minutes old right now, so I know we're within the... Close enough.
Yeah.
53 was when it last updated, so yeah, we're close. But I think top of descent's gonna catch me.
See, today is Tuesday. All day, every day.
Not every
let's
day,
see.
just Tuesday.
No. Yeah, just Tuesday. Let's see. I'm gonna. Yeah. I'm debating right now. Oh, we have a. Looks like we have Oh God, we got a student on a. Well, look at the kids from traffic. What the heck? What the hell? Why not? We got a trainee on Jacksonville ground, on Jacksonville Center. Let me go sign into my. Let's see here. Flown and oops, spell it right. And streamed. Spell that right. Streamed live on Twitch. Twitch.tv /Duluth. Okay.
Fortnite, welcome in. These days with sceneries and X-Plane is a pain. Why's that? Wonder what he meant by it. I don't see anything. Fortnite wrote these days with sceneries and X-Plane is a pain. Not sure why. It's 114 feet up. Let's give it some time here if I'm gonna make this switch. Still got 10 minutes before when they updated it last. Descent altitude we'll put in here in a minute. Okay, 38, that would be 36 times 3, so about 100. To 110 miles out. Okay. right, folks, I'll be right back. All right, we're back, folks. The first officer has risen from slumber, trying to kick me out from the flight stick. I don't know why. And with that cry, stand by, be right back. All right, folks. 5-month-old, almost 6 months old, can't figure out if she's hungry or not. Click. All right, we're real close, top of descent, 2000 set. Headed to BRONX, okay. Really? It took it that long to update? Oh boy. All right, we're gonna flip runways here, so. Good thing is we're still a good distance out, so we're gonna go departure, arrival. Let's see. And we're gonna hit transition of Jabo. And you can see that really moved that top of descent in, because again, the plan, how much mileage by chance is that? Okay, we're gonna have to do it first, then talk. So go to your descent page. If you need to set a transition level, you can do that here, but if you click descend now, execute, you'll start your descent. Now, if that button says VNAV, click VNAV, next page until you see the descent page, and then go. But here's the forecast page, and the reason I bring this up, folks, there's your transition level. You can change, for instance, in Europe. Europe's the easiest one. Well, everywhere but the US, you could run into this. Now, I don't know if this is Zibo or if it also includes PMDG, but you have a wind request here if you want to take advantage. Give it a couple seconds, it'll say load. And I don't think there's an activate, but we'll find out. There's load. Sometimes it'll fill it in, just like it did here. Other times it won't. Don't think it didn't do what it's supposed to, folks. It did load your descent winds, and there just may not be any out there at that location. I mean, that can happen. You can see we're now above our descent profile. And what we need is this to be closer to here. The triangle, like a glide slope, close as well. Auto throttle kicked off. Why? What the heck's going on with the auto? Oh, somehow they got split. How the heck they get split? Turned it off again. What the heck's going on here with my throttles? Keep an eye on that in this descent. Actually, what I am gonna do Yeah, we're gonna take over. All right, looks like we're getting on profile. What I'm going on is this half circle here, folks. It is over our fix, but I am gonna leave us in a pretty steep descent here. And watch my engines, because for some reason, throttle 2 is not synced.
Greetings, fellow.
Uh-oh, troubles in the house. Oh wait, I gotta leave then.
Aw.
What's up, sir?
Hey, mate. How are you?
Doing fine. Proceeding into the airport formerly known as Barrow, up in Alaska.
Oh, fancy.
So, the weather looks kind of frightful, but then again, it's Barrow. What do you expect?
It's Alaska.
Yep. And then we're gonna head back to Anchorage after this. Hopefully I won't blow your ears out. Here we go. That wasn't too bad.
And I am headed to Dubai.
Dubai? Oh my goodness.
Dubai.
Mr. Long Haul Jet Setter himself.
It's only like 6 hours.
Are you coming out of Frankfurt?
Ramstein.
Close enough.
Or Ramstein. Excuse me. Ramstein.
Either way works.
Yeah, left Ramstein, and then we're headed over to Dubai. And then next week, I do Dubai back to Ramstein. And then I go Ramstein to Portsmouth.
To Portsmouth? What?
DSM. Yeah, it's a stopover for fuel.
Yep. I was just in there with the KC-46.
Unfortunately, we just missed the range of the A330 to go nonstop from Ramstein to Las Vegas.
Huh. Oh, we still need spoilers.
Let's see, we are currently over somewhere.
Oh, I'm glad you narrowed it down for us. I'd been a little nervous if you weren't over anything.
Looks like possibly near Romania is where we're by.
Cool.
I don't know any of these names.
Now you see why I start so many international incidents. Mispronouncing countries and all. Keep trying to get a job at the State Department, but they said you can't pronounce countries right.
Yeah, we're not far from Istanbul.
Oh, okay. By the way, that was a fun airport to go into, LTFM, the new Istanbul airport.
Wait, there's a new Istanbul airport?
No longer the other one.
Oh, that's right.
Just like Tegel and Tempelhof are no longer active in Berlin. I haven't checked to see if they've pulled the runways out of the ground yet. But they're fully functional for the most part in X-Plane.
Interesting.
In favor of Brandenburg. All right, we got to start slow. 240.
But yeah, all I know is I am somewhere northwest of Istanbul. Where, I don't know, because I don't know any of these languages.
Yeah, I love flying out. That's the one thing I love in Europe is the transition levels. You always have to be on top of the different procedures and all. I mean, as soon as you cross a country line, got different procedures.
Yep.
Just always interesting. All right, folks, we are slowing, and we're very bad about this. We are still over 280 knots at 7,000 feet. Trying to get slowed up to 240. RNAV approach. We've decided to go ahead and go with the RNAV on to 26. The weather is just enough that, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't. Minimums are not bad, by the way, folks. 314 feet above ground level, so I mean, it's only 100-foot difference, which I get it, and a mile visibility, so all of which we have. Although the snow has begun to fall. All right, let's plan auto brake 3. And keep the spoilers handy. All right, continuing checks, seatbelt signs. We'll get the packages now to strap in. Lights are on. ILS frequency. Well, let's see. We do have a back course. All right, that back course is 110.5. Kind of figured, but you never know. Punch up. Barrow is 16.2. All right, and the back course now is 260. I really don't like these things, folks, because it's all reversed. And it's sometimes hard to get that in your mind to keep it. You're always like, okay, the needle's over here, so let's go. No, you go, All right, I'm taking over speed. 210. Oh, wow, I didn't know I could do that. Huh. All right, here's where it's gonna get tricky, folks. Okay, it's 2000. Oh, are we? Okay, so we will turn inbound. Okay, cool. Sometimes, folks, when the chart shows a hold, it puts you into a hold.
Thousand to go.
Okay, and one last check here.
$2,500.
2967 looks good, and all right, I'm gonna go ahead, slow us up to 180. Flaps 2. All right, folks. Let's switch on to common traffic. Barrow common traffic, FedEx 811 on the RNAV for 26 coming up to Asuki, inbound for landing.
Thousand to go.
Brakes armed, spoilers armed, gear 3 green. All right, looking for a runway, and we should see it here soon, barring the weather report accuracy. Got it all. Here we go.
Feet stabilized.
And Barrow traffic, FedEx 811, final runway 26 runway in sight, broke out at 1,200.
Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow.
way I'm reading them pappies, we're doing pretty good.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
200.
Glide slow.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Whoa, girl.
Knots.
Oh wow, I can taxi from here back. Cool. Barrow traffic, FedEx 811 off 26 to the ramp. All right, folks, welcome to Barrow. Let's run through this real quick. First off, turn that to there and that off. Ram 4. Okay. All right, probe heat. Anti-ice probe heat. Okay, and finally, weather radars and all off. Welcome to Barrow. All right, the airline flagged us. Let's find out. 209 feet. Actually, it did feel good, except I was crabbing and I had my rudder turned. That's why the plane went for the edge line. See, 811 log. Okay. That way, one, I can either one, remember it, or two, will see it. All right, so the aircraft is unloading at this time. We're here in Barrow. Welcome to the way the weather looks up here. It's always kind of weird. You would have had to have been here my first year of streaming. We flew Alaska a lot with GA, and you just never knew what we were... Oh, excuse me, got the hiccups. What indeed we were going to come across. So, and these skies look like that all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna do this on Vatsim, but he's a newbie and he's really annoying. So, and he's being trolled, which I feel bad. I feel bad. So I feel so bad for the newbies that they're trolled, because it just shows how immature these pilots can be. I mean, these pilots are like purposely disguising their voice, purposely making him frustrated, shit like that. It's just like, God, I can't believe it. It's so dumb.
Well, that's kind of what the testing is supposed to do.
I know, but you don't. It's frustrating for a pilot such as my. Well, I don't even. A virtual pilot, got to make sure I verify that.
Well, yeah, I mean, but no, seriously, that's why they're doing it, to fluster him if he's gonna fluster.
Right. But then he's annoying anyway. He sounds annoying, so I don't want to.
Well,
he just sounds annoying.
I'm gonna mute up here so we can finish out the flight, and then I'll be back.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right, folks, so let's take a look at this, shall we? And then we'll take a quick break and then begin planning the return. First, let me remove the overlay. All right, Sim Toolkit is the animal we use for both pre-brief and post-flight. How bad does Sim Toolkit get us? 201, so the two actually were pretty close together. So overall, right now, I'd say a pretty good landing, except for that little whoa we had to, at that one point. So first, complete the flight. We get Elevatech up here and do the same. Let me take a look at it. 207 they got us at up there, so on the alpha testing I'm doing. All right, so here's the details, folks. Like I said, it's pretty much straight line shot till you get right here, and then it starts getting a little zigzaggy. 207 Zero 7 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 Viewing the details, you're looking at an hour and a half, or hour and 50-minute flight, 628 miles, 4.2 kilograms of fuel, 4,200, 1.2 G's on the landing at 200 feet a minute, 129. Now that actually is slow. We had a VREF, I think, of 139, so we were about 10 knots short. Now, where did we land? I'm going to say at least 20 feet off the center line, almost 30 feet. And then we beelined, which it doesn't show. And that was because I was trying to crab it for the crosswind. Folks, we got a 340-degree wind at 12 knots. So we had a hefty crosswind coming in. Just to give you the components for those who know, or say they know. What the heck did I do? Oh, I already got rid of it. So basically we had a 12-knot crosswind, folks. Very little over the nose, and you could see it coming in as the plane would blow to the south. So that's where I was kicking rudder in and backing it off. And then the toughest part is always coming out of that crab into a, what we kind of call, it's escaping me now. But anyway, that's what you do at the end. Drop the wing, kick the rudder, and try to come out of that crab and land with the center line. Oh, I haven't done them in so long, that's why. All right, well anyway, so you can see we landed 1,700 feet down the runway. It's a 7,000 foot runway, so not bad. I think we were slow. I'm pretty sure it was 139. Between 135 and 139 was our landing speed, and so we were off. But overall, folks, great flight. See if we, by chance, well, there's where the airliner would go. I guess I should have been in this pocket. Not sure where, and I know FedEx doesn't run up here often. But they do from time to time. We're in the general parking, and well, hey, we're a big business jet. All right, so there you have it, folks. Now, I'm going to go to the dashboard here for now. If I have to, I will shut the Sim Toolkit down because it seems to be taking forever and ever and ever. Away it goes. All right, so let me get in here, folks. We got to first go to our website, go to routes, go to search, PANC, 627 miles. There have been 10 flights on this charter and just under 2 hours. We kind of saw that on the way up. We're doing it on the way back. Creating our load, and we'll get that. All right, now this part I can do if Sim Toolkit will behave. Are you going to behave? This is the page we were trying to get to, folks. All right, those of you looking for a VATSIM event, Roma is available. Plus later tonight, Northern Lights in Calgary, Edmonton. I used to know Fort, anyway, up north here, as well as Yellowknife. There you go. There's a fun one, folks. All right, so what we'll do is we'll come over here to SimBrief. Go to my saved flights, look for the flight we're working on. Okay. And let's see here. All right, so coming out of here, first off, let's get our time right. It's 2032. Let's plan 2045 for departure. A much quicker turnaround than what would happen in the real world. You're probably looking at 3 to 4 hours on the ground. Get it all off. Anything headed back to Anchorage, back on, as well as the fueling and all of that good stuff. So we're doing it in an airline style. Kick it off, kick it on, and away we go. All right, so departing Barrow, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the true name to it. Anchorage is our arrival, and our alternate, Kenai. And that's right here, folks. It's a short little hop from Anchorage, but they get 90% of the calls to be the alternate in case they can't make Anchorage. Currently, we are planning runway 7 left. Let's see the weather. Currently, it's raining. Go figure. 350 at 5. Ooh. Forecast. Out of the north at 4 to 5 knots. Now, here's a little, well, I'm going to take a look here before I shoot my mouth off. Oh, did I shut it down? Well, son of a gun, I did. All right, let me take a look here at Anchorage real quick. Approaches for 3-3. It's not an ILS, folks. It is an RNAV. Oh, crud. Oh, that, how did I do that? Oh. This is a fun RNAV. I've done this many a times. I've done it from Herky and Zarin. And Herky's the fun one. You come in from the south of Anchorage. You come over Herky, start your descent. You're right up against the mountains over the bay, the Turn Again Sound. And then you do a 360 onto, actually it's Hopper you fly over. Herky's your initial fix for the approach. And you do this 360 degree descent and come in for the runway. Folks, it is flat out cool as can be. However, we're coming from the north, so we're only going to do 180 degree. So basically like a traffic pattern. We may or may not see the airport. Currently the weather, 10-mile visibility, 6,500 overcast, but we do have some clouds at 800 feet. Right now, forecast is 6 miles of visibility and remaining pretty close. So let's do it. Let's plan up 3-3. Worst case scenario, winds change on us, folks. That happens moment by moment there in Anchorage. I told the tale. We left Chicago. The pilot told us we're going to fly past this mountain. We'll see Big Lake, and then we'll land on, well, we'll land. And I assumed that meant, that was my problem. I assumed we would come in north to south. We ended up flying around the bay, coming in on the 7s. Because I'm sitting here going, that is not what he said. And my wife's looking at me shaking her head. And I'm like, this is not. And then all of a sudden I realized, oh my God, we're on the 7s. We did the arc. But anyway, sorry to divert. But this one's fun. We're going to do it. 33, 23, no, 21, 45 sound good? Yes. Apply. We'll save that real quick just in case we have troubles. And real quick here, hang on, we'll do Tagger 9. Submit. All right, we got a little bit more weight this time, folks. Okay, the load sheet's calling us 33,834. 33834. So they did have some trinkets and all to send down. All right, and now let me look at a star here real quick. The Grotto. Let me see the tagger. Perfect. All right, we'll do, you know what? Yeah, which one are we tagging for? Okay, we'll do that. Wow, they're gonna run us that far? Holy mackerel. We're gonna go basically to our initial fix on the way out of Anchorage to go home. I love it. Where's Talkeetna? So we're gonna come okay. So right there. Okay. Okay, what did I do here to screw this all up? There we go. Okay, so we have to go that route. Save, overwrite, and generate. All right, and we'll get our little message. Ka-ding. Yes. All right, so here you go, folks. Here's our brief. So today we're flying to Anchorage. Our alternate is Kenai. We'll be in November 738 Fox Delta. That is not a real tail number, by the way. Today they're throwing 16,000, or this flight, 16,900, almost 17,000 pounds of fuel. And we're going to run with a payload of 33,830 pounds. The route will be KUTDE, Tagger, and I'm sorry, hang on, I gotta look at it. Talkeetna, Tagger 9. Talkeetna being the transition onto the Tiger 9. Landing runway 33. We'll brief that en route because you'll see it and you'll go, oh wow, it's fun. Really is, folks. It gets you out of that season of ILSs and gets a little variety, spice of variety in. We're blocking 2 hours 20 minutes for this, 1 hour and 52 in flight, and folks, we are just about ready to go. Sim brief away, load this in, and fly now. Now, ultimately, if the weather held, we might be able to do runway 15. But I'm not gonna think the weather will hold like that. That's funny. It says 33 not used. Oh, baloney. It's because they're setting you up for the ILS and departures, but yeah, we're coming in 33. That'll dump us right off at FedEx, so nice. Worst case scenario, we shove it over to 7 left. Huh. Okay, 7 right, they're saying is closed. And that's real world, by the way, folks. This isn't FatSim telling me otherwise. So, real world. 50 minutes ago, the weather here still 340. Oh, the weather's come down a little bit. 5 miles, light snow, and 1,100 feet. Broken 2,000, overcast 2,900. So we got a pretty good weather forecast here. You can see it, see how it really is favoring. Down here, it's variable. So literally, maybe we might eke out a 1-5 approach. We'll see. So, but there's your weather. And I am going to put FatSim to work. Get those pesky numbers in there. And of course, folks, before we get there, the weather could go the other way and we have to go to 7. All right, I'm disconnecting from FatSim temporarily, folks. To allow for the changeover, then I'll be back up. So in the meantime, let's get to work, get this plane ready to fly. Then we'll take our break. Hang on a second. I got a weird message. I want to see where it came from. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. Junk. All right, so here we go, folks. Battery switch obviously on, APU running. And we're going to leave it run, even though I normally don't while fueling. But we will turn the pumps but one off. Actually, go ahead and... All right, we're just about ready to go. So we're on battery, standby power's on, ground power set, and we're good to go. Let's go up top here. Okay. Reason you would leave that open and test, you get your tests in to where you can hear them and then it's on the tape. Gears down set and turn these off. Okay, they're good. Let me get down here, turn those hydraulics off. Anti-ice off. Pitot heats off. Just verifying everything. Fuel pumps off. Now, more than likely, folks, with it this cold, that APU is going to stay on. But we're going to get it refueling here real quick. Okay, let me just do some quick verifications here. Okay, 148 people. Yep. Zero fuel weight 128613, 16,993 on the fuel. Activate. Curious. Will it close everything up? Doesn't appear so.
Ground flight deck hose is connected and starting refueling.
All right, we got roughly 7,000 pounds of fuel to go in. All right, so let's get to work. Up top here, we'll go to align. And align 11 minutes, folks. Cabin power, everything else was good. And align and align. Okay. I want to look at something here once we're done. Yaw dampers off. Okay. Cabin, IFE both on. Cooling normal. We'll worry about these in a minute. And the window heat is on. Okay, coming down here. FMC. PABR. Okay, take that one. And we're going to PANC. And we'll hold right there. That way, if this aligns before we get to the point where we can start doing the flight planning and all, it'll align. Engine. Actually, status. Probe heats. Off. Anti-ice off. Engine hydraulics on and electrics off. Fuel pumps all off. Trim airs on. Isolation valve open. PACs auto. Recircs auto. Cruise altitude 2 there, 37. We'll leave it, and Anchorage, I think, is 300 feet. 150 feet, my bad. Okay. All right, and let's head down and start in on the route. just about to the point where the APU can come back on. Route request. Okay, now let's set up our departure.
Flight deck fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Okay, we'll do this in just a second, folks. Fuel pump on. Coming on. Okay, here comes the APU firing up. When the blue light comes on, folks, you can activate the generator. Boom, boom. Put the bleed air on. Move your selector to show what your amperages and all are for the APU gen. And you can now come off ground power. Okay, once we're done with the FMC, then we'll set the boarding packs. I think I just started. There we go. All right, now let's get back to what we were doing. We're on the gens for the APU, we're on that. Okay, so we're good. And fuel pump. All right, so real quick, our departure for today will be runway 26, 340 at 5, light snow, broken 2000. Airport data says as long as we're RVR of 16 or a quarter of a mile or greater, we're good to go. Cool. All right. So 26, no SIDS, route, legs. And we'll just put KUTDE in there. Now, when we take off, I will not be on LNAV immediately. We'll be on runway heading as soon as we cross 400 feet. At that point, we can turn, but I'm going to keep it going a little further. And then once I get things and I feel comfortable, then I'll turn, go direct. Okay. Then we're going to TKA, Talkeetna. I do not know if that is an actual star transition. We'll find out. All right, so we are going Tagger. How about it? It is. Now, it may not show run. Oh, it is. Oh, it is indeed. Hang on, folks. And why didn't it come up? Hang on a second. Approach. There we go. Called the Arnib Zulu. Coming into Zirin, Woollick, or Hopper. We want Zirin. Execute. All right, now let's go to route to legs. All right, so why did I do this? Well, we got to get from our approach for usually the tagger heads for 1.5. Let me see how we're going to do this. So it'll be tagger next to Zorin. And if they change us, they may change the approach. We'll see. If they change us to where I'm required to land on 7, then I will switch and we'll fly a whole different approach. This is if we can stay without ATC. Right now, there isn't any. All right, so Gertrude, tag, or Talkeet, tagger, Zarin. Zarin lies a great approach. 3,000 feet. Next up is Jamat, Camelo, Herky, Foxon, and the runway. Looks outstanding, folks. Step. And then we head out to Big Lake. And it is a big lake. It really is. Okay, so that all looks good. Back up to map. Okay, and with that, folks, I will be right back. We're going to take about 5 minutes here. Let you all enjoy the loveliness of the weather here. And the snow. And we'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back with you. catch up. We'll keep going. If you miss anything, folks, always remember we do have YouTube available for you. This will become part of YouTube. If the man could spell YouTube correctly. And there we go. All right, so we left off. We had just got our flight plan in, so let's go to route, go to perf, request. And now, here come the peeps. All right, let me get a quick number here. Show it. 10.8. All right, let's see if she's right. No, she's not. Okay, because I was going to start 8 cars if it was. All right, so let's bring some toolkit in real quick here, folks. I'm going to show how we're going to get our performance data. I use Sim Toolkit on here because I have SimBrief attached to it. It makes it real easy. So what I do is go to takeoff performance, double check my data, 26, 7,100 feet available, winds look good, populate and calculate. Okay, so here's what we got. Ooh, pushing some flaps out this time. Takeoff, D-rate TO. And then we're going to go to 43 for our select temperature. So basically we're telling those electronic engine controllers it's actually 43 degrees out there Celsius, not 0. So that helps give them a little extra oomph. Now the bad thing I don't like about this, it doesn't tell you what the percentages will be for N1 or N2. TopCat does when I used to use it, but I do like this and I don't like 51 feet. So all out, oh gosh, here we go. And I think that's if we come back. All right, so it's 133, 136, 144. We'll see how close we get. All right. Now, so we've got these numbers. Let's, oh no, we do not. So let's zoom in a little to help out. All right, so we said takeoff 2. We said 43 degrees, 43. Put that up here in your select altitude or position. Give it a second and then it'll tell you what it feels would be the best climb D rate for you. Sometimes climb, and it all depends on your departure. Some of these departures, folks, because of noise abatement, are pretty steep to get you above and away from upsetting people. So that looks good. Go to takeoff. I always click CG first, then next page. And all right, so our slope today is 0.141. So I'm going to just round it and say 0.1 up. How do you put that in here? Real simple. It goes, actually, it would be if I had the U available. Up 0.1. Simple, isn't it? A lot of people skip this step because they say it's too complicated. By the way, I was one of them for many years. Our wind again is 340 at 9er, and I'm going to double check that before I click it in. It was an hour and something old earlier. It's now 15,340 at 9, just so we know, 2,500 foot. Okay, so we're good. Still good. And let's go wet on the runway. Next. Okay, next on our list was flaps. Wait, let me go back. Hang on. Something. I felt like I hit TO2. I did. It's takeoff. Now it's going select climb 1. I did go TO2, and that's why I wanted to double check. All right, so again, I wish I could verify, but we can't. Flaps 15. And okay, so 131, 1. Hang on a second. 131, 139. $148, and you're probably going, why are you going higher? I'm gonna, ooh, that was a lot higher. 1,000 knots. I'm going faster, better climb rates. So you'll see how we do this, and then we'll put this one on legs. All right, folks, we're about ready to go. Runway heading was 260. Takeoff speed 158. Okay. Flight director's coming on, and initial climb 37,000. Still not everyone on board. However, let's go ahead, connect, and 4521. Let's go ahead and put that in so we don't forget. 4521. Okay. Sorry about that for Sim Toolkit being in the way so long. Dastardly man, I tell you, why did he do that? There we go. All right, folks. I'm going to bring charts in here real quick. Nothing real major to talk about. Just going to show our taxi. Okay, if you zoom in, you can do this on Sim Toolkit. You can do this on LEDHO. a second.
Boarding is now complete. Flight attendants prepare the cabins. Verify arm doors, stand by for all call.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
Never done this before where I started it, the ACARS system, right after the flight. So I'm really doing a couple checks here. All right, it didn't work. I didn't think so. Stop. No. Close. Yes. Okay. There we go. Perfect. All right, now things look correct. And I'm going to get credit back. That's all that really matters right now, folks, is just making sure I get the credit back so that my next idea out of Anchorage we can do. All right, we are on charts. Now, we're basically... I know you can't see this, but basically we'll taxi straight ahead, loop it back on our taxiway here, all the way down to 26 for takeoff. We may have to back taxi, we'll see. As you all know, we're pretty heavy, so that's what it's going to look like. After that, basically we'll take off. Here, let me show you the airport diagram. So you can see we're going to taxi back here to Charlie, back taxi, and take off, trying to get as much of that 7,100 feet as we can. Okay. From there, we're going to go out and kind of work our way. Now, Barrow VOR will not help much. But we got a long trek, 300 miles to the runway, to the first fix. And then we're off and running to Utqiagvik and then in. So I hope you enjoy what we have in store here for the ride back. All right, let's get inside, get this thing ready to go.
Good morning, folks from the flight deck. Get your captain for the ride. It looks like it should be pretty good. So we're planning on a smooth ride. Get you there as soon as we can. As safe as we can. We'll talk to you once we get airborne. Welcome aboard.
Let's do it. Okay. Fuel switch reset. Minimums, get those set to 400. Okay, altimeter 2967, still the same. And here we go. Okay, put that on engine. All right, here we go. Yaw dampers on. Anti-collisions on. Folks, we don't need a pushback. Oh, they're not going to start. All right, minimums to get this plane to start, folks. First, fuel pumps, which I had forgotten, on. Do we have fuel in the center? About 10 pounds. Okay, not worried. Most importantly, the packs need to be off. And then crank them up. You can start 1 or start 2. We'll start 1 this time. All right, folks, number 2, fire 1. Let's get number 2. All right, let's get up here. All right, now we're off the APU generator. All right, since we're not pushing back, get our hydraulics on, probe heat on, and okay. And everything's set. Any ice coming on? And again, folks, we're going for 15. I think we're at it. Oh, now we are. All right, we're ready to go, folks. Auto brake. Reject. Taxi lights, runway lights. Okay, the generator's off, the bleed's off. Okay, and we're set. Position ATC we'll get, and well, why don't we do this right now? Making sure maintenance did not install gust locks while we were on the ground and forget to pull them.
How's it going, Mr. Mike?
Another day in the neighborhood. Like to say another day, another dollar, but can't say that. How's yours going? You there yet? Alright folks, we make the turn, head for runway 26 with the sun out now.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Doors closed, okay. Alright folks, let's get this thing on the runway, and I know y'all are counting how many times I say the word folks. Okay, heading select is on. 15, reject, and all set, ready to go. Barrow traffic, FedEx 811, back taxiing 26 for departure to the south. And there isn't much places you can go to the north. Even the North Pole is south of here. Okay, nobody's announced, so we're lights on.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
I would hope, as if we don't have a good flight, you're not gonna have a good flight there, Missy. So now, Mr. Bad Attitude, what takes you from Ramstein to Dubai? Oh, okay.
So, where are we headed to now, sir?
Back to Anchorage.
Oh, back to Anchorage.
I was asking you what brings you to Dubai. Are you with a virtual airline or
Yep, virtual airline.
which one?
It's a new one I'm helping to make.
Ah, okay. Because
we're
Ramstein's
not.
a unique one to come out of.
Yeah, so it's I'm helping make a charter airline. So I am the captain on the A330 at the moment. We have someone else who is type rated on the CRJ, but he is about to be moving back over to the 737s.
Ah. What's your now? Do you have any of the CRJs for X-plane?
I don't, unfortunately.
I was gonna see what your opinion was, but obviously you don't have one. All right, folks, we're not gonna de-ice. We're gonna be that rebel and go. Southwest Airlines.
Oh, shame on you. De-ice. If you have ice on your wings, de-ice.
I couldn't tell you if there's ice on the wings. I'm not even sure Zibo models it. Now, I know
They do.
Tolus does. I can't see my wings. Sure don't look icy to me. All right, hang on here. Auto throttle up. Here we go, folks. Stable. Auto throttle on. All right, folks, a little rough on that takeoff, but hey, we're airborne. All right, I'm comfortable now. All right, we're up and going, folks. Direct. QD. Maybe. Oh, there it goes, getting lined up. All right. Okay, so folks, we're on our way. TCAS is off. That's probably because I did not turn it to. That is correct. Duluth put the sun in my face again. Okay, there we go, folks. All right, final checks just to make sure I did not miss anything. We're trying to get stabilized. Okay, we've got a good climb speed. Come off RTO. Let's go into continues, which probably should have been on takeoff. Okay, lower ECAM. No, I did not. And there we go. You, if you're still there, Bad Attitude, will enjoy the approach I'm hoping for in Anchorage. If you're not there, well, enjoy watching it. Okay, here comes 10,000 feet, lights off. All right, folks, we are climbing out. Let's get a use sim toolkits overlay this time. A little easier on older eyes to get a hold of numbers. An hour and 50 minutes right now till we get there. It'll shorten up a little bit as we climb up to 37,000. Folks, I hope you've enjoyed this today. Tomorrow, we're going to be a glutton for punishment, head for Chicago again. However, from Knoxville this time. Except we're going to go where I always have troubles. Now, I know I said I always have troubles with O'Hare. That's usually getting out with controllers. Where I have my most troubles is Midway Airport. And probably a lot of you out there do as well. Those short runways are a bear, and you throw weather on top of them. Whew. Yeah, that's where we're headed tomorrow. And then we're going to do a couple of challenges. Challenging departure, I think. Supposedly a challenging approach. We're departing Queenstown. Now, if you all were with us last week, that is an amazing approach, especially in the weather. That is really relying on your gauges. They tell me, though, Wellington is one of the world's challenging airports to get into. I've been in there before, and I don't remember what made it challenging. So I don't get that one. Now, I got Barrow. I got Tonka 10. Understood Bart's. St. Martin kind of, sort of, isn't really challenging, but I guess it can be. Obviously, Reagan. Juneau should have been on the list. What else? What's the one up in the Himalayas? Doggone it. Lukla should be on the list and is. So I get those, and there's a couple of others now that we've flown into that I hope are on it. But Wellington, those look like straight-in approaches, if I remember the airport right. Well, we're about to have our memory refreshed tomorrow. Hope you can come along and be with us on tomorrow's flight. For now, we're continuing our climb out to flight level 370 for Anchorage. And a very fun, I'd actually would say to a lot of people, now granted, this direction isn't all that challenging. Coming in from Alaska proper into Anchorage for runway 33, this really isn't all that challenging. Where the challenge comes in is when you're coming up from southeast Alaska. Hang on a second. When you come up from southeast Alaska or points southeast of Alaska, or from Japan, and you have to land on 33. This approach, folks, when we show it to you here, you're gonna go, oh, and it took a couple attempts. So I will be right back. I must say goodbye to our first officer. I will return in a momentio. All right, folks, the first officer freaked out everybody in the cabin as they left. All right, we're on top, or getting on top of the weather here, and pressing on for Anchorage. Current weather in Anchorage. Let's see if it's working. It always helps to get all the letters in there, Captain. There you go, folks. Light rain, few clouds at 700, scattered at 6,000, overcast 7,500. Perfect for runway 33. And we're showing currently about an hour and a half there. So as we get higher, that number may go down a little. Winds are right now on our nose at 26 knots. All right, let's look out there and see if anyone and where they're all flying to right now. Ooh, A&A went to our north, going to Tokyo. I'm sorry, correction. Tokyo to Frankfurt that way. I never thought of that. I always went westward. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I usually went across the line there. Let's see. Somebody was headed to Minneapolis. Minneapolis. I guess he did come off that sim because I don't see anyone. And we had somebody headed to Dubai. Who could be almost on the ground. All right, well, nobody's online that I knows of. All right, let's zoom in here. I'm going to bring up this new program. See if I'm showing on it. That'll be a first. Application error. What? Yeah, we're getting an error. Okay. Hey, looky there. All right, well, it's up and running. All right, so we're on our way and tracking. Time to go 1 hour and 17 minutes to Anchorage. All right, folks, we're back with you. Getting through 34,437. Hope y'all enjoy the ride back into good old Anchorage.
Obi-Wan Kenobi coming in hot with a stretch.
Sweet.
Hi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi's out here, huh?
Oh, not Obi-Wan Cannoli.
Oh,
my little.
Kenobi.
Yeah, she's in my chat. I can figure out how to turn my camera back on. There we go.
Power button.
Wait. No. It's called opting. My sweet ninja of a woman, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anyway, thank you for Kenobi. If you're Obi, if you're working, thank you for the. Oh, it's still got fizz in it. How nice is that? Look at that. After 3 weeks of being sitting as stagnant, still got fizz. Hmm.
So you gave up on that, Sam, huh?
Well, the dude was annoying as hell, and I was just like, Yeah, literally no motive. Didn't sound like he really wanted to be there.
No, if you're out of Jacksonville, you could always come on now.
I could now. Is there anybody? I don't even know if anybody's online now. Where am I at? I have no idea where I'm at.
Between Lost and Found.
Yep. Oh, now I got somebody calling me. Hang on. Medication delivery. I'll be back.
Boy, that actually looks really good. All right, folks, we are high above Alaska. And clouds are looking really good. Now, this type of cloudiness I saw in the 20s, not the mid to upper 30s. So, but again, this is Alaska, folks. Anything is possible up here. It's the last frontier. But folks, we will be into, and yes, I'm trying to get that number up for y'all on how many times I say the word. By the way, who's gonna do the heavy donation if I get your number? So, but right now we're looking at about an hour into town there in Anchorage, so we'll see how things go. As we reached top of climb.
Once again from the flight deck, seatbelt signs off. You're free to move about. Please remember while singing to keep your seatbelts fastened. We'll update you once we start our descent. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us.
Folks, even though they're packages and cargo back there, they need to be loved and told, you know, what's going on. This is starting to get a little annoying. Hang By the way, folks, I know I said that on air. What's getting annoying is this little message saying my encoder needs either for me to turn down sceneries or simulator settings, I think it says, or change different encoders. I'm gonna be doing a lot of research here tonight, folks, to figure out, do I need to change? If so, to what? So I hope your week is off to a pretty good start, folks. We're 2 days into it. Weekend is starting to show itself at the end of the tunnel. Speaking of weekend, I know our friends down in the southern southeast tier of states are kind of hopefully paying attention to the weather. Helene has come up as a tropical storm, and forecast right now shows it looking for the cone of death here. There we go. Bumping the Cancun area, then getting up to a major hurricane by Thursday, landfalling late Thursday night, Friday in the panhandle to the drop down into the peninsula area of Florida. That's national hurricane, folks. The funny thing is, and if the way it's coming in, it's in its hook that we usually see, you know, when they're out in the ocean. Well, it's going to come in and then hook west towards, of course, St. Louis. Be here Saturday afternoon. We didn't want to feel left out, I guess. That's why. So again, let me see if I've got warnings up here. No, wait a minute. Do I? No. Let me back up a page. Let's see if they're giving. Okay, so there is a danger of a life. Okay, the storm surge, the Big Bend area of Florida. The highest will be, they're not telling me much here on warnings. So if you live, it looks like, say, Fort Walton Beach down to Tampa, your eyes really need to be on this thing. Destin, Fort Walton. Hey, all the way over to Gulf Shores. You guys in Mobile and all, from there all the way around the Big Bend down to Tampa, really be paying attention. This I've heard, and I've heard possibilities of this intensifying into a Cat 4 possible hurricane. So pay attention.
Oof.
Keep your eyes on the weather. Right now it's in the Caribbean, about to enter by the Yucatan Peninsula as a hurricane. Now it's a tropical storm. Later tonight, probably a hurricane. And Mr. Bad Attitude in with the
dive. Oh wait, that wrong vessel.
Climb. But yeah, I think Mr. Bad Attitude will really like this approach into Anchorage that I'm hoping to get.
The approach into Anchorage is actually quite stunning.
Well, folks, let's take a look at it.
Unless, of course, it's cloudy out. Then it sucks.
Get ready for what we got coming. All right, so here we are on charts. Oh, there's my program. All right, so there's our first one, QT. And then we proceed to Talcany. But here's the approach. As long as we don't get a controller, I hope to have this. We're going to plan the RNAV for runway 33. So we're going to come in to Taggart at, I forget the altitude, but we're going to proceed to Zarin, where we have to be at 3,000 feet. Now, this route isn't that hard. It's just like flying a traffic pattern. But if you're coming up from the south, I hate to break it to you folks, you got a 360 to do. And it's not easy, folks. I've done it. It took a couple times. Speed is your enemy on this. I'll just give you that hint. So we're going to come over Zarin at 3,000, cross Chamet, Camelo, and Herky, and then proceed in. Now, Herky is 2,200 feet, so a nice, easy turn on down, and then we'll come in and, believe me, hit these marks, folks. 2,200 at Herky, Fox on at 1,200. And then it's a piece of cake. Now, weather. Oh, now we're overcast 900. Oh, I'm gonna have to change. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this one. And welcome to Alaska. Oh, that stinks. 8 minutes ago reported 900-foot overcast. Good news is 9 degrees above the freezing point, so that's cool. But oh, does that stink. Visibility 10 miles. For now, we'll plan still to do it. But I better get ready for having 7 left on board. All right, and Cat 2, just in case. All right. I hate when the weather, the only thing about Alaska, folks, be ready for a change at any moment. Well, still a couple hours till they light up Canada, folks. Fort McMurray, that's what CYMM is. Just came to me. Neat little airport. All right, folks, if the ads are just coming at you a little too much and I have upped the amount of time we'll have ads per hour in hopes of getting some money for the channel, because there are some projects out there and some things I'm thinking about for it that require that. I take the sub money, folks, and put it to the stream, even though I'm out of work. So just to let you know. But for now, you can read it in the chat room, but basically plan on up to 30% off subbing up to 6 months. And if you want to go get some merchandise out of the loot cave, if you use the promo code, you get 20% off. So good time to sub, folks. Nice, great deals, and we'd appreciate it, that's for sure. All right, let's see. Do 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 do. Yep, there's a big green blob right on Anchorage. Let's see. Be really nice to get a good forecast out of Anchorage, but we can't. 10 miles, overcast 9. Yep, 900 feet. Ugh. All right, folks, about 45 minutes to go. Hope you're ready. Gonna still keep my fingers crossed and hope for the best here to be able to shoot this RNAV for 3-3. But worst case scenario, we'll dump to the ILS runway 7 left. But I hope y'all are having a great week. And again, those of you in the southeast, keep your eyeballs peeled. Helene, I think's how you pronounce it, is a tropical storm, will be a hurricane later tonight. and most likely by tomorrow. Not a very nice person. Behind it, we got a couple of systems. National Hurricanes watching something off the Gallipoli. What is not Gallipolis? Anyway, Canary Islands. They got 40% on. I see a blob worth watching coming into the islands there. St. Martin, well, actually down more to Barbados and all, but still, that looks impressive. But again, looks can be very deceiving. And right now, folks, you need to be paying attention to Helene. Currently, they're calling it normally they say, hang on, why didn't they say? But by Thursday, a full-blown hurricane. Thursday afternoon, a major hurricane. And early Friday morning, a major pain in the rump for a lot of people in Florida as this thing bears down on the Panhandle, Big Bend area of Florida. So folks, really pay attention. Your best outlet, of course, would be your local newses. National Hurricane Center, I've kind of watched, and they're kind of, you know, they get really wishy-washy. Like they don't want to tell you what really is about to hit you, in fear they're wrong. They're the opposite of most weathermen. So weather people, sorry, I know I'm gonna get hate mail on that one. So really, folks, in Florida, especially Tampa, like I said, around the Mobile, keep your eyeballs peeled on this. It's gonna be a pain in your rump come Friday, late Thursday night, Friday morning. So we're talking overnight hit. Just like out here in the Midwest when we get storms overnight, that makes Tornado Alley worse. One, you can't see it because it's dark unless it hits a power pole. And two, rain ramping. But this is a hurricane, and this is different. This is longer lasting than tornadoes, and coming in at night, it will sneak up on you. So folks, really pay attention to your local forecasts and heed them. Anytime a system gets into the Gulf, bets off on how strong it'll get sometimes. And I'll give you one site. How's it go? SpaghettiModels.com. I know it sounds weird, but what the spaghetti model means are those models, you know, where they show you the lines. It's a site dedicated to those spaghetti models. All of those different models out there that show us weather patterns. This gentleman has put them together. While not an official weather person, very much studies what's coming his way, as he is a Floridian, and tries to stay abreast for his family and for his sake. And, you know, it's like us out here in the Midwest trying to forecast when's that tornado gonna drop where, or what's been worse lately are these derecho with severe winds. Now they're not tornadoes, although I wonder if maybe one's buried in them, but that's for the scientists to figure out, not this guy. So take heed, folks. This one is just like a few others last year and the year before. They come in, wreak a lot of havoc, and hopefully that's all they do is just wreak havoc, move on, and you all can carry on from there. And the funny thing still is, it's somehow gonna come visit us in St. Louis. Comes in, we'll say Fort Walton Beach, and it's gonna hook west. I know that's all low pressure, high pressure stuff. That just boggles my mind, because usually when they come in, they keep hooking out to the Atlantic, with always the scary potential of a reformation coming back in like Ivan did several years ago. So not this one. It's going to continue inland and westward, kind of like the one earlier. So kind of weird how these weather patterns have set up. So all right, folks, 180 miles, top of descent. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. 37 minutes to Anchorage. Get any better news on weather? No. Dang it. And we're still not getting any. Wait a minute. Let me look at the TAF. That'll tell me what I need to know. Yeah, we're going to. Let's see. What time are we showing right now? $22. Oh, we could go down to 600 broken, so as much as I hate it, folks, now is the better time to do this. All right, we are going to change up here, folks. Let's play nice. And let's see here. Let's go to flights. All right, let me show first what we're doing on charts. All right, so we're getting rid of 3-3. First thing I do is come in here, put us on the runway we're going to, which is supposedly 7 left. 7 right's closed for some reason. Change to. All right, so now that'll get rid of 3-3. So now let me go in here, and I had to put it on, so we have to get rid of it. All right. Now, so what we'll do is we'll fly Tagger towards Anchorage VOR, but at some point we're going to go direct Anik and the ILS to runway 7. Okay. Or I just might opt and go, if there's no controllers, just go direct. Because that looks pretty good. Okay. So, so here's the tagger. This is our actual arrival. We're coming in at Talcany, TKA. From over Tagger, we go direct TED VOR at 5,000 feet. So we're planning, for, obviously, 5,000 feet at Tagger. That's pretty simple. I'll do the math here in a minute. And then we get down to our next chart. Frequencies are across the top for ATC. That's our CTAF. All right, so in this briefing strip, here's our localizer, 1099, heading 074. We be right over here at 6.5 miles out. Need to be at 1,472 feet above the ground, 1,600 feet above sea level. Okay, pressing in, our decision altitude here is 200 feet if things deteriorate, folks. We do have the capability to go Cat 2 down to 108 feet. Okay, just so you know. Right now we're sticking Category 1, no troubles. What's this one do? All right. So 200 and a half mile. That's pretty much standard, folks. RVR of 18. I haven't seen that yet in a METAR. And then we'll proceed in. 7 left is the one north runway. And it's the one that goes further down the line. So we're going to have a little bit of a taxi to get to the north-south taxiway to FedEx. Transition level and altitude's 18,000 feet. We're not that cold. Missed approach is out to Utqiagvik, and our alternate is Kenai. We'll plan to be over Anik at 2,000, dropping down to 1,600. At some point, I just might stay at 2,000. Well, no, it's saying 4 miles later, get down. So we'll come on down to 1,600 and intercept the glide slope. All right, we know from past experience, but I'm going to check it right now. Get a basis for what we're looking at for landing. 7 left. Calculating. Okay, our approach speed is gonna be 148. And landing, that it never tells. That's kind of weird. Auto brakes 2, we'll go 3. 8,000 feet of the runway at 2, so obviously less. And we'll come off, taxi to FedEx. So with 148, let's just call it 800 feet a minute on our descent if the glide slope's not there, and we'll be good to go. Lastly, minimum's 200 and a half mile. Currently, we are 10 miles visibility, so that's out of the, and that's why we don't have an RVR. Okay. Overcast is above 002. Thumbs up. So we're legal currently as stands. Taft says we could encounter broken at 600, improving, of course, after midnight, but you know, Zulu time, that is. Of course. Oh well, welcome to, like I say, folks, flying Alaska. It is a challenge, one that I love to do. All right, so we need to be, as it said, Tagger 5,000. We're at 37. That's 32 times 3, 96. Let's add, make it 106 miles from Tagger. Currently 100. Well, yeah, we're pretty good. Oh. Now, yeah, we're still set up here. All right, what I got to do first, before we touch anything, make sure your heading is pretty close to where you're going. Because if this airplane starts turning to go back to come in, you can intercept that. Okay, so let's get down here now and fix the arrival. All right. We're coming in now, ILS 7, Anik, Tagger, next page, TKA. Oh, clicked it too many times. Click, execute. Now, one thing I do want to look at. Tagger, 5,000. And Anik. All right, there we go. Whoa. Okay, hang on. Something looks really funky here. Are they putting us in a hold? No. Maybe? I don't know. We're gonna find out here, folks. Step. Not really sure what. Hang on, let me narrow the focus down. There's 2 Aniks? Huh. Okay, well. What I may do then is right here, aim for that one. That's weird. Huh. And it's 2 miles difference. See how this works out, folks, when you look at it this way? Okay. Take it out of there. We go and put us to 40. All right, top of descent lies about oh, 60-ish miles out. All right, and verifying, correct. All right, and the reason I wanted to set that 5,000 is mainly to be in case Anchorage Center comes up. So we're going to be descending here shortly. All right, so buckle up, folks. Time for the arrival. All right, folks, we're back. All right, welcome back. We are about 7 miles from top of descent. Sorry, folks, been eating some cashews. We're going to go ahead and start our descent. We've already updated our winds. Now we need to update our ILS numbers. Sorry, folks. We had some cashews wedged in the... Alright, so Talcony 16.2. Gonna go ahead and put 13.15 in this BOR. That is Ted. Excuse me, folks. 109. 9. That's our island. Ooh, you know what? That reminds me. 1099. Reason I've got it in both sides is this is getting very close to low IFR conditions. Which would make us have to run both autopilots coming in auto land. Okay, now the approach course is 074. Okay, now the line you saw go by, that was Anchorage. And Talcony, we'll go ahead, play nice with it. 260, we're actually headed. All right, and then I will be right back. We're pretty much set up now for our descent. We've got our altitudes, we've got our seat belts, they'll come on at 15, and the lights at 10, and then we set up for this approach. So I'll be right back. All right, folks, let's do this. Talcany. 17 miles out. All right, we're gonna kill the music. And we're about to cross Talcany, and we're headed for Tagger and Anik and the arrival. Folks, it's been a honor. To be flying here with you. And sorry, I saw something I trying to figure out. So awesome. Surreybot is on the job, folks. Oh boy. Lord have mercy. What? Well, let me just pop in. Oh, sorry, folks. I'm watching a good friend of mine, and yeah. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead set this now to 74. All right, we're through, so let's get zoomed in. All right, altimeter here in Anchorage. 2925. All right, folks, we are set up, ready for hopefully what will be a Cat 1 arrival, but could go into Cat 2. Here we go. tagger is coming up. And oh, Hawker, if you hear me, you put a space in that negative number. You may be playing your drums, but folks, Hawker 125, known him for quite a while, and he's who kind of steered me into this. So we'll tip a hand to him. And also, folks, head over and follow his page. He has a actual Hawker 125 fuselage in his garage that he is going to convert into a simulator. Now, it's not full motion, last I heard. But he will be able to put GoPros up and fly it like you see some of the real adaptations out there of simulators. So if you would, head over and at least follow the man. He can be found playing music as he is today. Other odd games and stuff that you may find him with. And on occasion, he might actually take a plane in the air, although I don't know if he knows how to do that much anymore. So, but anyway, we are currently, we need to get this number in. VREF for today is 144. We said app 148. That's about, I'm good with that. So we'll see how close we come. 10,000 feet puts the lights on. All right, time to get the cargo and FedEx envelopes back in line. And as we prepare for, well, let's see, what is our current ATIS? That's still, oh, that's an, never mind, that is 5 minutes ago. Came up, of course. I've committed now to runway 7. We're scattered at 700, broken 5,500, overcast 7,000. This is as of 5 minutes ago. 2925 and 9 and 7, so we could still run into some issues, but overall things improved slightly, and it's a bummer because would have loved to have shot that RNAV approach. Okay, we're going to go ahead, come on down to 3,000 and prepare for the ILS Cat 1 into Anchorage. Okay, we have anti-ice still on, correct? Yes. Double check up here. May not hold. Oh, we're still under 10 degrees, so the wing ice may actually hold. But now we're lining up for Anik. And like I said, folks, yes, they let the air out of my balloon. I was really looking forward to shooting that RNIP, but the way that was all adding out didn't look good. But on the bright side, added a couple minutes to the stream. So, watch us pop out clear skies. All right, well, let me do this over on Discord as we prepare for the approach. Again, folks, it is September. If you don't like the ads, we all hate them, I know. You can do something about it by subscribing. And what a month to do it in. Up to 30% off your subscriptions. Not just this channel, all channels. So 30%, up to 30%. It's 25% actually for tier 1 or 1 month and 3 month subscriptions, 30% for 6 month. There's also a deal for merchandise in the loot cave if you use the promo code. So folks, I hope you take advantage, especially if the commercials do get annoying. All right, we're going to go ahead and take over speed now. Things are starting to get a little dicey here, I see again. And we'll set 2, we said 3, didn't we? Hang on, let me check. Yeah, we said 3. And final is about 17 miles ahead of us. Anik is a 17-mile final. .099. And we are set up, folks. Whew. Boy, it sure looks like we're about to break free, doesn't it, folks? How light in the clouds it is here. Then we're just dropping 400 feet. Okay. Okay, so far we do not have the localizer active. Been double checking 109.9, 74 degrees. Make sure 74. Okay. We are actually showing a little break in the clouds, folks. All right, here we go. VOR look. All right, we're going to approach, and here we go, folks. Single channel. I think we'll go with that. I'm going to switch over to 118. I think I said 3. Call it audible. We overshot the localizer.
Thousand to go. Thousand to go. $2,500.
Okay, we're on the VO, we're on the localizer. Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811. On the localizer at Wugsy, inbound 7 left. Okay, now it's time. Okay, we're 7 out, gear down. Gears down, 3 green, brakes locked. Spoilers arm. Green light. Okay, we're flaps full. We are on the ILS, folks. Now looking for a runway. Oh, look at that. Out at 1100.
1,000.
1,000 feet, stabilized, Mr. Birch, altitude set.
And Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811, 3 mile final, 7 left. Those interested broke out at 1100.
500. 400. 300. Approaching minimums. 200. Minimum.
Take rate. Take rate.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. knots.
And we're off, it looks like, at Bravo. Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811 off at Bravo, taxi to FedEx. All right, well, we've made it, folks, and there's the terminal. You could barely see when we departed. We're headed in, and this will be the end of today. Let y'all get a nice look of the bird. But once again, it is a pleasure always to come on here and stream for y'all. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll take a look at the stats on this landing. Felt a little out of sorts. I know some of you were probably yelling, "Go around, man, go around." But I knew the landing was makeable. That turn, on the other hand, I should have gone around. But anyway, FedEx lies right up there, folks, and the UPS that's lining up, well, that's a little further past that. So, unfortunately, when you land on the 7s, it is a longer taxi. A lot of days into here, 1-5 is the preferred runway. Today, I would have still loved to have hit 3-3, but technically the airport wasn't using it, technically, and they were using it for takeoffs. Let me rephrase that. So, which is what we did in the beginning, although much to the chagrin, it didn't even like that, even though the ATIS said that. So, yeah, it is what it is. A lot of days they do like to shoot off the 3-3s for the, especially the guys at the terminal, because it's such a short taxi. But we do as we're instructed. All right, now we're domestic, so FedEx doesn't get to say that much in Alaska. They got some caravans they fly. I think an ATR still here. But overall, it is primarily to and from the States, to and from Far East. Alright, let's see. UPS 106 Hotel hasn't reported anywhere closer. So, I'm going to try for one of these spots right here. Actually, yeah. Even though I'm pretty sure my plane will fit out of the way. Right here is where the caravans park. It's a shame because they actually have the markings and all on most of your map making programs. Let's try going uphill. Actually, this is not as bad. Nice. Boy, I remember when they came out with this. We flew a flight from Miami here. Holy mackerel. I mean, the sloping is still there, But in the middle of winter, folks, oh, they have since fixed it. Don't get me wrong. But boy, coming in on the 7 right was the absolute unbelievable slope you had to land on. But anyway, we're here. Enough. Let's get in the cockpit. Let's get this rest of this stuff going. 4. Probe heat. Stabe trim. Probe heat's coming off. Apu coming on the gens. Leads on. Weather radar and terrain are off. Fasten seat belts. Off. Actually, that is not the off position. There we go. Beacon on. There we go. And lights off. All right, folks, we're moments away from shutdown. Well, I should have probably turned that off long before then. One of these days I am gonna try out. I tried it once and it was very difficult for me to work with the HUD. I need to do that again. All right, coming. Oh, well, dang it, I already switched off. Okay, so here we are, folks. Welcome in. Beacon off. There's the UPS flight. Welcome again, Anchorage. Actually, that's true. Oh my. Wow. Whoa. 231 feet a minute the airline got us at. Very happy with that. All right, and yes, we're off. And yep. Okay. Perfect. All right, that's what I wanted to see. All right, so there you have it, folks. Anchorage made it. Let's get some toolkit in here, shall we? First off, LEDHO tracked us onto the ground at... for some weird reason, they didn't have a landing rate. Huh, wonder why. Interesting. I was just that good. All right, looking over here at Sim Toolkit, they do have a number, 316 feet a minute, which I'm not sure if that was who that was that would have won. Hang on. I have a feeling it was me. Okay. Did it actually say who won? it was me. Okay. I somehow missed all of that. All right. Even on my phone. But anyway, so here we go. Light Up Canada is on, where you can go to Fort McMurray, Edmonton, Calgary, and if you're really up for it, Yellowknife. Okay, let's complete the flight and talk about it, especially behind its back. All right, it was a 2-hour flight, 628 miles, 4,500 kilograms of fuel, 1.38 into the runway on the G's, and 316 feet a minute at 141. If you remember right, folks, let me just pull up the data real quick. The approach speed was 148, and I believe 144, 142 were the numbers we were shooting for. So, folks, that's where this program comes in handy. It shows you that. Okay, now so does Volanta, but then it shows you where you actually put it on the runway. So, in this case, we were long, still within the landing zone, but we were over 1,700 feet long. However, as different from Barrow, we were only 4 feet off the center line, where up there we were close to 30 feet off the center line. So, the nicety about Alaska, again, folks, very wide runway to move that white stuff way out of the way of the main runways. So overall, good numbers here. So, well, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up until a new update comes out and I have it installed, because it is notorious to come out while we're streaming. I'm not going to be doing replays because they end up crashing to desktop when I come out of the replay. It's ever since that big one last week where everybody was pretty much in 45 minutes or so having troubles, and took Laminar a little bit to try to figure out what the heck went wrong. So, so here you are, folks. Anchorage at the FedEx location. I was wondering if we'd see 106 taxi by. It may have already. Let's look around. But we're going to wrap things up. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, let's come offline. And folks, have a great night. We're going to hand this over to Mr. Hawker. And really, folks, really think about subscribing to him. He's really doing a great job. He does multiple things, and he could really, really use the help. So let me find him here. There he is. All right, folks, so we're going to wrap things up. You all have a great night, and tomorrow we'll be up flying to, of all places, Chicago again, but this time Midway, followed by Queenstown to Wellington. Y'all have a great night. God bless you all.